Thank you. Good morning, and welcome to this virtual meeting of the Board of Education on Wednesday, September the 16th. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and streamed live on AACPS YouTube channel. If we are interrupted during the broadcast of this morning's meeting, the meeting will be stopped and we will take a short recess until we can continue. If for some reason we cannot continue, we will notify you as soon as possible when a new meeting will be scheduled. The board attorney has asked that I read the following statement. The Maryland Open Meetings Act, a state law, requires public meetings to be open to the public and to be, quote, held in places reasonably accessible to individuals who would like to attend these meetings. The virtual format of this meeting of the Board of Education is due to the COVID-19 emergency and is necessary in light of the serious health risks associated with public gatherings, as well as the governor and county executives' various executive orders limiting public gatherings. While a virtual meeting of this type was not envisioned by the Open Meetings Act, steps have been taken to ensure that this virtual meeting includes alternate accessibility features that the Open Meetings Act Compliance Board and the courts have reviewed and approved broadcasting meeting with video and audio on cable TV and on the web, and allowing written public comments to agenda items be filed with the board office and considered by the board. The board attorney has opined that the public access provided by this technology makes this virtual meeting reasonably accessible to the public and provides appropriate opportunity to observe the conduct of the board's public business consistent with prevailing best practices during the emergency situation and therefore complies with the Open Meetings Act. Please pause now for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies. Being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. And now for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all so very much for joining us. We have a lot to get done today, and we do have some very special guests joining us shortly. So before we begin, the board has asked that I share a particular outcome of our closed session meeting. And so it is with great deliberation that our Board of Education has decided to return to in-person meetings limited to the public session beginning in October. More additional details are going to be coming in an agenda item that is going to be proposed to be added in the upcoming minutes. I want to thank our board members, our Department of Health at the county level, our state partners, and Dr. Alato and his team for guiding our board through these very thoughtful and very hard decisions that we've had to make. So without further ado, our next item is 2.03, the approval of the minutes. Do I have any requests for amendments to the meeting minutes of August the 26th? Seeing none. Ms. Howell, please call roll to approve the meeting minutes.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Ms. Corcadow?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you, Ms. Howell. Item 2.04 is the agenda. I would like to propose a motion that we add to the end of our action items an agenda item concerning board meeting calendars. Do I have a second?
Second, Dana.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any commentary? Ms. Ellis?
So, Madam President, this would become item 6.10.
amendment of the 2020-2021 board meeting calendar.
Correct. Thank you for the clarification. Yes. Okay. Seeing no further movement or comment from the board, Ms. Howell, please call roll on the motion to, on the motion to amend the agenda as stated.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Live,
Aye.
Ms. Hummer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadow.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you. Do we have any other proposals for amendments to the agenda at this time? Seeing no actions from the board, I'm willing to entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second, anyone?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, any commentary? Seeing no action of the board, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Live,
Aye.
Ms. Hummer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
and Ms. Corkadow.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Item 2.05 is recognitions. Ms. Howe, I'm not aware of any recognitions at this time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Item 2.06, Budget Committee update. Ms. Ellis.
She might be muted.
I am. My apologies. And I apologize. I wasn't prepared. I was going on the agenda I have in front of me on board docs, and I didn't realize it was, I don't see it there, so I didn't. So I'll wing it. The budget committee has met a couple of times since our last meeting. We discussed application of CARES Act funding and got updates on where we are with purchase of equipment and preparation for opening of our schools. And our last meeting, we had a discussion about the consultant's report that we had from our performance audit. And we are exploring options to bring to the board for improvements in the budget process and the budget committee. So you'll be hearing more as we prepare those proposals.
Truly, we're in a very unique budget year, and so I know our budget committee is going above and beyond what their normal scope of work is in order to make sure that the board has a constant communication that is well represented of the board itself and the members. And so thank you very much, Ms. Ellis, for your leadership, and Ms. Schallheim and Mr. Gilliland and Mr. Grannon's continued extra efforts for the additional meetings that you put forth.
Thank you.
Item 2.07 is the CRASC report, and joining us for the CRASC report this morning is Caroline Finn, the Acting Secretary of Education for CRASC. Ms. Finn?
Good morning, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, members of the board, and Dr. Alato. My name is Caroline Finn. I'm a sophomore at South River High School and the Acting CRASC Secretary of Education. Since my last report, Let's Talk Justice held its final summer forum, Racism in Athletics, on August 27th. 9 student athletes from 7 of our high schools held a candid discussion and shared stories about their experiences. We would like to thank the students for their participation and Mr. Clayton Culp, Coordinator of Athletics, for his support of the panel. This forum can be viewed on the ACPS YouTube channel. In order to provide opportunities for any middle or high school students to join the conversation, Let's Talk Justice will hold monthly general meetings the second Wednesday of each month at 1:15 p.m. The first meeting is scheduled for October 14th. At this time, students will be able to connect and engage in virtual discussions on social justice. In addition, Let's Talk Justice chairperson, Maya Mandarang, will be providing a video update later this month. Look for it on the ACPS Facebook page, YouTube, and our website. CRASC held an officer election information night on September 2nd and had a large turnout. The nomination period for CRASC officer elections closed on Friday, September 11th. We are excited to have 16 students running for 7 officer positions. The next CRASC general meeting is tonight, followed by a campaign clinic on Wednesday, September 23rd at 6:30 p.m. via Google Meet. CRASC officer elections will take place on Monday, October 12th, and polls will be open between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. via Microsoft Forms. More information will be provided to delegations from school-based SGA advisors. On Saturday, September 19th, CRASC is sending 19 representatives to the Mask Workshop Presenter Training Certification Day. This workshop will teach student delegates on how to lead workshops both in person and virtually, bringing our total to 20 certified presenters, up from 3 last year. At the conclusion of training, our certified presenters are eligible to facilitate at Mask's 3 major conferences. Finally, September 8th, the first day of school, was different than ever before, but it still provided many positives. At our last CRASC meeting, we asked attendees for a positive about the first few days of school. Students replied they were excited to see my friends during the school day, happy about no early morning bus rides. Their teachers are really nice, there are lots of club opportunities, and it's less stressful. Whether it be the ability to sleep in a little later or have a midday break, ACPS students are feeling positive about virtual learning. Recently, members of CRASC were proud to record the Pledge of Allegiance for use during this week's virtual learning, following student board member Drake Smith's opening week pledge. Be sure to check it out at www.aacps.org/pledge. Thank you for allowing me to give you an update on what's been happening in CRASC. This concludes my final board report as the Acting Secretary of Education. I truly appreciate this unique opportunity.
President Corkadell, you're muted.
We are definitely going to miss you, Miss Finn, and thank you so very much for your service. I can't help but get excited after hearing such an enlightening report, and so thank you. I'll just, in the interest of time, we do have some presentations, but I believe you invoked Mr. Smith's name and reference to some of his actions on a couple of occasions. Mr. Smith, did you have anything to add before we move forward to our next report?
Well, just it's always I'm in all these meetings. It's always good when everybody else can hear just the phenomenal actions of our students. You know, it's been a weird year so far, but we're making the best of it. And Caroline, just thank you so much. We kind of threw you in this position, like kind of a few board meetings ago, and you really took it and ran with it. So just all the best.
Great. Thank you so very much, Mr. Smith. Okay, I'm confident you guys are gonna have an awesome year, awesome attitude, and we are definitely better together. Item 2.08 is the PTA report, and joining us this morning is Ms. Vanessa Rivera, President of the County Council of PTAs. Ms. Rivera.
Good morning, Dr. Arlotto, President Corkadell, and board members. My name is Vanessa Rivera, and I'm the Anne Arundel County Council PTA President. I would like to share a few updates with you this morning. I apologize for my camera not being on, as I'm an essential worker in healthcare and covered with a bunch of items right now. In March 2020, the National PTA began to receive complaints regarding the behavior and management of Maryland PTA. Since the initial investigation, the Maryland PTA Board of Directors has not cooperated with the National PTA and the assigned support team. Due to this lack of cooperation, the Maryland PTA is currently in the restructuring phase with National PTA. Local and council PTA units are still afforded the rights and privileges of National PTA and are also still able to apply and receive grants, participate in National PTA programs to include reflections. Before I get into the logistics, I wanted to give you a breakdown. So National PTA is the umbrella that we are all under. Below National PTA, we have the councils, which is, I represent one of the councils in Anne Arundel, And then below that, we have all the local units. So this report is based on Maryland PTA, which is above the councils, and feeds to national PTA. If Maryland PTA continues to refuse to cooperate with the restructuring process, the revocation process will begin. The National PTA Board of Directors will be meeting this weekend, and revoking the MDPTA charter is currently on the agenda. Sending in a letter to apply pressure to the current board of Maryland PTA is of the utmost importance. If National PTA does vote to revoke the charter of Maryland PTA will cease to exist. The state of Maryland will have to start all over again. In case of that revocation, local units and councils will be allowed to continue and will report directly to the National PTA. The AACC PTA board strongly encourages each local unit and its members to write to MDPTA board and their attorney explaining the actions and views of the current administration are not the views and opinions of the membership body or the local units. Please email those questions and concerns directly to MDPTA at president@mdpta.org and copy myself at info@aaccpta.org. In the meantime, local and council PTA business should operate as usual. Please submit your bylaws, officer contact, and other documents to remain active and in good standing with MDPTA. Please continue to submit your dues, including your 2021 dues, to the council. Again, it is very important to copy National PTA and myself on all submissions, payments, and communications with Maryland PTA. Physical membership cards are no longer available. Digital membership cards are available to all local units using Member Hub. Finally, the National PTA is working on ways to allow local and council units to meet and vote electronically. We understand and share your frustration with this process. Until we have final word from National PTA, please continue to use creative ways to meet and vote in new officers and conduct business. Creative ideas include drive-up voting, mail-in ballots, socially distanced parking lot meetings. However, please be aware our current insurance provider, AIM, will not cover any claims stemming from face-to-face meetings in the current pandemic. We appreciate your patience during this challenging time with the Maryland PTA Board. Rest assured, our council PTA, along with National PTA, is working hard to provide a swift and amicable resolution. Until the resolution is found, we need each of our members to help us advocate and speak up for the general membership of Maryland PTA. In June 2020, PTA joined the call for meaningful steps to dismantle structural racism and stand in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement. AACC PTA stands firmly against racism in all forms and the culture of oppression that permeates the U.S. As an associate that represents all children, we must listen, educate, and advocate beyond rhetoric and rise to correct all inequities and injustices. In 1970, the National Congress of Parents and Teachers and the National Congress of Colored Parents and Teachers came together as one association because they understood the power of unity in our efforts. In the spirit of that unity, let us come together at all levels, national, state, and local, to examine our policies, procedures, and programs and eliminate any practices that disenfranchise or discourage Black and Brown families. We must look within ourselves and then call upon all other institutions to do the same if we are to end the practices that so adversely affect our children. It is imperative that we remain united and supportive during this difficult time. Finally, we are looking for individuals to join our board. If you are interested, please contact me at info@aaccpta.org. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rivera. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Next is item 2.09, the CAC report. And joining us this morning is Ms. Tanisha Howard, the chair of the countywide CAC. Ms. Howard?
Good morning. Thank you, President Corkadell. Good morning, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, and fellow board members, and Dr. Arlotto. My name is Tanisha Howard, Chair of the CAC, and on behalf of the CAC body, I am pleased to update the board on our activities. The CAC of Anne Arundel County Public Schools Board of Education is an executive committee made up of 13 clusters together with the at-large military AACC PTA, CCAC, and PIAC representatives to make a 32-member panel. The CAC delivers input and advice on specific issues surrounding education throughout the county. The CAC executive leadership team is led by a chair, vice chair, secretary, and our staff liaison with the Office of School of Family and Partnerships. Under normal circumstances, our meetings are held at 2644 Riva Road, Annapolis, Maryland, on the second Monday of each month from 6:45 to 8:45. Our schedule is currently posted on our AACPS CAC website located under the board tab. Our next regular scheduled meeting is October 5th. Given social distancing mandates and closure of AACPS facilities, the CAC will conduct our meetings virtually and ensure to provide ample time for notification and posting to our website, allowing for community participation. The CAC held its first meeting of the 2020-2021 school year virtually Monday, September 14th. We truly appreciate the board welcome address to start our year. The CAC leadership also took the opportunity to establish our direction and meetings operation for the upcoming year. We emphasized the vital importance of addressing the most challenging concerns facing our school system amid COVID-19 pandemic, racial inequities and unrest, and social justice. Our committee fully supports the Board of Education resolution supporting social justice by stating that Black Lives Matter. All forms of racism, hatred, inequality, and injustice do not belong in our society. Our work for the board will not only support these moral and foundational ideals, but to take the necessary actions to impact the development of necessary policies involving our community to the next chapter while striving to support our partners. The board and AACPS leadership deliver top quality public education and opportunities given these extraordinary times we find ourselves. Likewise, when our school system ultimately reopens to a hybrid model, then hopefully a future flexible in-person instruction, it will require unique, innovative ideas and perspectives to support our communities in preparing our children for the future and prosperity. There are extraordinary things happening, and it will take exceptional lengths and bold conceptions and actions every day from members like ours who have volunteered and are committed to participating in the future of our remarkable school system, together with the board, AACPS leadership, and our community. With that, our first charge was establishing our committees. For policy, we have established the students and gender identity, redistricting in attendance areas, recess and wellness lens. For advisory, hate and bias. For AACPS liaison, we have our calendar, district assessment, security council, health MOI, wellness, CCAC, PIAC, and AACC PTA. We will continue to activate additional committees to meet the requirements placed upon our body in the coming months. We are, as a body, looking forward to participating in the implicit bias training next month. There was an overwhelming response among our membership to undertake this vital training and truly appreciate the board making this available to us. And of course, Dr. Maisha Gillens, who is facilitating the instruction. The CAC is proud to be a partner at the table with the board and AACPS supporting innovative and proactive leadership. Thank you for your support and looking forward to our continued work strengthening the CAC overall and supporting future assistance to the board and its goals. We welcome your feedback as we look forward to a year with purpose, direction, and results.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howard. I just wanted to apologize to Ms. Antwine. She had her hand up when Ms. Rivera was here. I don't know that she's still with us to be able to address her question.
Yes,
you are still here. Okay. All right. If we could just do it briefly, Ms. Antwine, did you have a question still for Ms. Rivera?
Thank you, President Corkdale, for making the time. Ms. Rivera, I want to thank you for your positioning as in your leadership position, as well as your essential position, and balancing all of that. I did not understand the structural, I understood that there were some structural concerns, but I did not understand what those concerns were between the state and national. Are you able to share that, or is that some legally negotiated item that you cannot share?
So I can share a little bit of it. During the summer, a lot of local units and council units reached out to Maryland PTA, who were all under with regards to bylaws, voting, any housekeeping issues that we would encounter at the local unit or at the council level. There was a lot of lack of communication and response regarding those bylaws, regarding COVID-19 operations with regards to voting for budgets, voting for members. Maryland PTA completely restructured the board. There was a lot of members who had been 20 plus years and were resigning from their positions. So Maryland National PTA was approached by the councils and the locals with regards to the lack of communication from Maryland PTA and support that these local units and council units were not getting from Maryland PTA. So National PTA decided to get involved and kind of put them in a probationary status. That probationary status expired in August. And so now they are in the revocation status. So they are meeting with a lawyer to make sure that they are providing all the documentation regarding financials, B, that they are providing information regarding the bylaws and really addressing the fact that they haven't been supportive of operations during COVID-19 for the council and the local units. As the bylaws stand, we all get that template from Maryland PTA. It does not allow for electronic voting. We are able to have electronic meetings for the executive board. I see your hand up, Ms. Corkadell. I'll get to you in one second.
It's just that we have our county executive and he doesn't have too much time left before he has to depart. So I didn't understand it was such a complex thing.
Right.
Maybe the two of you guys could connect offline if that's okay, Ms. Antoine and Ms. Rivera, because it sounds pretty intricate and I am very interested, but I have to be mindful.
Absolutely. So that we are supporting our units and the national team provide the services units in County.
Ms. Rivera, thank you for making that clear, and thank you, Ms. Corkadell. I appreciate it. Again, thank you, Ms. Rivera. And if I have more, I'll just reach out to you directly. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, you guys are doing a great job, and thank you so much for a little bit of flexibility this morning as we move forward with this. So without further ado, section 3, we have 2 presentations this morning. Item 3.01 is a presentation by the Arundel Community Development Services and the Anne Arundel County government for the purpose and status of a project that I know many have interest in our county, the proposed Severn Intergenerational Center project. So without further ado, Ms. Koch, thank you so much for joining us. Greatly appreciated. You are muted. You can unmute at your discretion.
There we go. Okay, am I okay now? Okay.
Yes, you are, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, and I will start the slide presentation. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to the members of the board and for having us here, and Dr. Arlato for allowing us to do this presentation this morning. Many of you are familiar, hopefully, with the Severn Intergenerational Center, so I'm going to go over it quickly to the next slide. So just this is a project that we actually started working, and God forbid I've been around for so long, back in March of 2007, when we first came to the Board of Education and asked for their support to do a feasibility study for the location of a community center, health center, youth activity center on the part of the property located at the Van Bachlen Elementary School. A lot has happened throughout the years. We also came back in 2010 before the board and talked about entering into a memorandum of agreement. And at that time, we were talking a lot about a health center. A lot has happened. Health center is no longer viable. And if I can go to my next slide. So just, I'm sure that you're all familiar with where the Van Bachlen School is located. The next slide. And the need of this facility is supported by the very many low to moderate income communities that are located along Reese Road. And so this kind of shows you where the Van Bachman School is and the piece of property. And the next slide shows you that the Van Bachman site. So this is the Van Bachman site is actually 2 parcels. And we have been in communications with the Board of Education for many, many years, talking about making the 10.6, which is the parcel down to the left of the property, available for a center that would serve the many needs that are in this community. So in order, so what we're looking at after, again, many years of looking at the needs in this community and working very closely with a lot of people who are in this community and support this community, is there are a lot of needs of children, as you probably all know very well, in this community, and also the aging population. So what we're looking at is building a facility, a 27,000 square foot facility, with the major operators being our Boys and Girls Club and our Department of Aging, but that the building would also be designed in such a way that it would provide services to the whole community, not just the youth and the aging, but it would also be made available for services such as job training, healthcare. Our health department is looking to bring services into the building, and also our Parks and Recreation department. Okay, next slide. So this shows you the property that we have been working on, and we've been working very closely with the staff of the Board of Ed, with Alex and Greg, and I really think with their input, the site plan has improved tremendously. But as you can see, the school is located, and then where the little farmhouse is the 10.6 acres that we're talking about making available for this community center. And the nexus is the before, and the next slide shows you the after and what we hope it will look like in just a few years. And think that we're in a golden point. The needs are very great in this community, and we have a current county administration that is very, very supportive of us moving ahead with building this facility. And as you can see, we've worked really closely with your staff to be able to show that the property could accommodate middle school into the future should that be needed. And if you go to the next slide, you see it a little bit more, where we have a roadway to ensure that there will be access to the whole property by the Board of Education. And we've moved the project up and to the right as far as we can to accommodate any future needs that the Board of Ed might have with the remaining piece of the property. We're very excited about the design. We think the design, we're working closely with a lot of people from the community who have had a lot of input into what the property will look like. And the next slide. Again, this shows you the front of the building is the orange. To the left is showing you where the Boys and Girls Club will be located. We're very excited about the gym that will be actually under the Boys and Girls Club side of the building, but be made available during the day for activities by our Department of Aging, and also on weekends by our Department of Parks and Recreation. And then we have a state-of-the-art senior center, and again with classrooms and facilities that can be used by other agencies to provide services to the community. And one of the things where both agencies are making sure that they are able to provide food support, something that I know you all know is very, very important, especially during this crisis. Providing food to the community, so daily meals, in addition to designing it so that there's a food pantry that can be easily accessed on weekends. So, and the next slide kind of shows you more of a detailed layout as you can see it. Hopefully you can understand what we have here. We have classrooms, we have both have food facilities so that they're able to serve meals, and classrooms and exercise rooms also. And we're really excited about the senior Department on Aging actually has internet cafe as you walk into the building to be able to provide services to all age groups. And the next picture. And this is what our schedule, hopefully we can move, if with the Board of Education support, be able to move forward. We are working with the community right now to design an intergenerational plaza to accommodate different activities and different artwork within that facility. And then in my New York Minute, I'll just quickly show you the last slide, which shows that, again, through incredible support by our current administration, by the Local Development Council, with the video lottery funds and our Community Development Block Grant funds, we're very close to having all the amounts that we need to make the project feasible. And so for my 15 years that I've been working on this project, this is the closest we've ever come to actually making this happen. So that's my quick overview of the project. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but what I would like to do right now is to introduce the guy that's kind of making it all move forward at this point in time, and that's my County Executive Pittman, who's going to speak.
I think he might be muted.
I was giving a great speech there, but sorry you couldn't hear it. No, I just want to start out by thanking Chairwoman Corkadell and Dr. Arlato and the whole board for letting me take up some of your precious time, and we'll try to keep from going on too long. But I'm pretty passionate about this project. But I also want to just, before that even, thank all of you for the incredible work that's been done to prepare for this school year. My own kids are going into 5th grade at Davidsonville Elementary, or in 5th grade now. And they're really glued to their Chromebooks, and they're really getting it done. And it feels like you all have put together curriculum and classes that, while it's not perfect and it's nothing like getting in the classroom where they really belong, it's really night and day compared to what you were thrown into at the end of last year and had to produce with no planning and preparation. So congratulations, everybody. And I also want to just thank the board for all the collaboration since I came into office. I mean, we've done 2 budgets together. We've worked together on the mental health task force. We're working on the opportunity gap task force, family assistance collaboration. And I really believe strongly that we all work for obviously the same constituents and the same taxpayers, the same families. And the more that we do together, the better. So it's been great. It's been great collaborating on lots and lots of different projects, and we'll continue to do that. You all have my number, I think. Reach out when you need to contact me. I'm going to quick show you another plan here for this project, and it's on the door of my office, and I just have to show it to you. You can see here. This is also the Severn Intergenerational Center. Now that was done by a woman named Mrs. G, who's been working on this project for close to 20 years, who lives in the community. And I show it to you only, not only how excited I am about this project, but it's on my door, but also the level of community engagement. I don't know of a project in Anne Arundel County that has had more people over more years advocating for it and pushing for it. And I think the reason is that the community there has a lot of needs, particularly for youth, particularly for young people. I mean, we literally, in some neighborhoods close to this site, have gangs recruiting teenage kids. And by having more activities, good facility that people can really feel proud of, it's going to make a big difference. And I know you all support that. So that's the basic context. The ask of all of you is that you go to the state, the IAC, and make the requests that you need to make to be able to either transfer the land, convey it to the county, or to do a long-term lease that allows us to build this building. So we're obviously pretty far in. We've had a lot of good conversations with your staff about this. We are all on board for moving forward with it, but what we don't want is to have any delays. It's been a long time, and now that we have plans underway, time is going to be of the essence. So getting that request in and getting that done with the state is going to be critical. And so we have to agree on how that's done. We also don't want costs added to the project. We're already at $14 million and another dime, I don't know where we'll come up with. We're still got a few million to raise to get there on the costs that we have projected. So in the conversations with staff, there have been some issues that have been raised that I think we have really been able to work through. One question is it 10.6 acres, which is what's been talked about in the last version of this project, and still, or is it something smaller? We put our plan together, and the actual building in the parking lot is a little less than 10.6. So there was a proposal from staff that convey 8 acres, and that was about forest conservation. That we need the full 10.6 to be able to preserve some trees, to make up for some trees that we're having to take down, so that we don't have to then go pay a fee in lieu as part of the project for forest con, or plant trees elsewhere where we don't have a place to plant them. So we believe that we should move forward with the 10.6 so we can do the forest con on site. Now, the plan for the middle school, which may or may not happen, it's a future school board, a future county council, and a future county executive, and future taxpayers that will be paying for that, same taxpayers that are paying for this. That if that were to move forward, we need to make sure that you have access to it right of way, and that's been, I think, done. There's I don't know if you have a packet with some of this information, but our architects have done an entryway. You saw how wide the road was, that so that you could get back to a middle school. There's the Mead Village Park behind, that's owned by Rec and Parks. We need to make sure that a future middle school can use those fields and have access to those. So we've drafted a memorandum that we could sign that would commit the county to working to make that happen when the middle school is done. And also in that memorandum, the county makes a commitment that we will make possible the forest conservation. We don't know what the forest conservation laws will be at that time, but that if there's a fee in lieu, we'll put that into the project. Now, the project depends on county support anyway and county funding. So yes, it might add a little cost to that project down the road, but it saves us a little money now in this project, which we know we're doing and that the same people are paying for. So we put this proposal, this memorandum together. We think it takes care of all of the concerns of the staff, and we don't really have a strong preference whether it's a long-term lease or a conveyance, but it's going to be important for the board to direct the staff to make the request to the state to be able to transfer this land, and so I think everybody wins on it. I know that when land is purchased by the county and then turned over to the school board, then the school board controls it, and that's why we're coming back to you. It's your land at this point, so it's your decision. But it's during the last administration, some of you may remember that there was a study done that determined that Anne Arundel County wasn't going to build community centers, and that's why this project really stalled during that time. And when I came back and saw the situation there, and that it really was a special set of needs in that community, this is much like a community center, and it's going to serve that community in ways that it desperately needs. So 100% on board. I hope that you'll support this and not delay in terms of making that application to the state. Thank you. And we're happy to take any questions, both of us. You're on mute
You're
now.
muted. Yeah, it is one of those mornings. I think everybody's tripped up on that at least a couple of times this morning, except for Mr. Smith. He's been on point on that. So first, thank you guys very much for visiting us and sharing your enthusiasm about the project. I know that a lot of work has gone in, and Ms. Koch, whether or not it was sitting in the budget or not, has been diligently hammering away at the opportunities of funding, which is one of those naturally occurring barriers in these projects. They are all definitely worthy, and I saw an introduction of this sitting on the Planning Advisory Board back in the 2007-2008 years when the recession hit and it first hiatus. So glad to see some of these things coming to fruition. I just as a point of information for the benefit of the members as well as for the public, this is an introduction to the project itself. There are ongoing discussions between the staff and the county as it relates to some of the details that Mr. Pittman and Ms. Koch had shared. And so typically as it relates to land, these items would be packaged up together. The legal components of the details, there's, I know there was an introduction to the thought of some memorandums of understanding as it relates to land and access to land. These are all the details that the board would have packaged up in place for a meeting with all of that vetted through. Since the beginning of the more action item, starting with the budget process, and then more engaging throughout the summer months as we work into the fall, our board attorney has been actively engaged with the county and our staff as well on the matter. And so he, on behalf of the board, reviews a lot of these items on our behalf so that we can receive detailed information. That detailed information, some of it is legal in nature and briefings, and so would be best addressed in a closed session environment. And then, of course, at such time, we would then present it to the board in its final form for the approval that Mr. Pittman has requested of us. And I see no good reason why we're making excellent progress and a lot of speed. And we just recently got the drafts, I believe, at the end of last week from the county on those details. And I'm looking forward to reviewing them because it sounds very promising that we're making that progress that's going to lead us to that moment. And obviously the funding sources, as Ms. Koch had indicated in her presentation, I know that plays weight and has bearing on the timeliness of its occurrence. And so I just want to assure the county government and the community development organization that the board is very mindful of that and ensuring that we are the team player and asset to any type of intergenerational project, whether it's this one or one in the future, of course. We embrace our teamwork and effort to that. So with that in mind, I'm just going to suggest that the board understand that this is the information session of it. And so motions of support of any presentations of specific material, as I said, we'll be taking that up at the next board meeting that we can, and provided information is compiled and in its final form for the board at that time. So we're going to open up for questions to County Executive Pittman and Ms. Koch by the members. It looks like we do have more than one or two questions. No surprises there. So we're just going to, since we're virtual, follow roll call order to ask those questions or maybe make any statements that any individual member may feel compelled to make about the project in general. Starting this morning with Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Gilliland?
Thank you, Madam President. I have no questions. I just recall this in its infancy stage in a prior life, and it's so good to see this come to fruition. So my thanks to all who've been involved in making this happen.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. Mr. Live?
No questions.
Thank you. Ms. Hummer?
Yes, I'm so excited to see this moving forward. I've been participated in meetings about this going back many years. And I am just want to highlight again the tenacity of people from the community who have not given up hope, even though at times it has been very hopeless. It has looked like this would never take place. Mrs. G is a force of nature, and I'm so glad that she is getting to see this dream come into fruition. And I also want to, Lisa Shore has been another one who has been tireless in advocating for this. It's not her community, but she has for years been standing firm and leading committees on this to study and develop the center. And so, as I said, I've been part of these decisions, these meetings with the community going back a long time. And I am thrilled and cannot wait for the new building to open. And I know that they have a beautiful mural that they have stored away and said will not come out until there's actually a meeting, and because we want to see that promise fulfilled. And so I look forward to the day when that is put in place. So thank you for helping to make this come through, and to all the school staff that has been helping to make this come to fruition as well.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Mr. Smith?
Yes, Ms. Coates, nice to meet you. I think it's the first time we're properly introduced. And County Executive Pittman, it's always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. But I just have to say that seeing these plans, really warms my heart, because I live 5 minutes away from Van Bachlen Elementary and from that White House. So everybody calls it the weird White House. No one knows what it's for, and it's so good that we're actually putting a good use for this for that property, and that we're gonna really make it work. Because I go to school with the students that you're talking about, from these underserved communities, and it's really good that they're finally gonna feel like that they're being served, their needs are being met, not just for the students but also the families at large. Because we all know what community centers can do just for specific communities. It can really just it's just a place of gathering, and that's always good for communities. But I just have one question. I guess a timeline, right? Construction is supposed to begin next year in September, if I'm correct. I think I read that somewhere.
Yes, that all, this envisions us working cooperatively with the Board of Ed, who would need to go through like our county executive referred to, the IAC process to make the property available. So we're hopefully working concurrently with that as we go through our site plan review process with our planning and zoning office, and also working closely with your staff.
Okay, great. And I guess the actual construction would take about a year or two.
Yes. Yeah. So I feel very good if we have a shovel in the ground by next September.
Awesome. When they finally open it, when they cut that ribbon, I'll be there, with my college shirt.
Thank you.
Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. No questions. Just briefly, when I became a board member, or shortly thereafter, I became aware of this project, was told the long history of it. And so I do know for this community how much it means to be moving forward. And I'm glad we're at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grana?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shulhan?
Good morning. Hello, County Executive Pittman and Ms. Cook. Thank you for being here. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. I love everything I'm seeing. I want to express my support for this project. I want us to move as quickly as possible and get this on the first available agenda as an action item that we possibly can without delay. And I want to express support to our staff to move this without any delay, and to make all the appropriate asks that we need to ask. So that's not a motion. That's hopefully something we are doing. But I would definitely motion forward if I felt it necessary. So I'm in strong support of this wonderful, wonderful work, and I look forward to seeing it as an action item at the very can't stress this enough, the next possible available date when we have all the paperwork in front of us to do so. I guess my only question is to perhaps our the Corkadell, or maybe even to our council, as to when we might be able to see that. Would that possibly be October? Because I would like to move as quickly as possible.
As I said, we just received the draft, and so probably later on this week will be the analysis will be complete. And I mean, the staff in the county are working nonstop on this, and there's not a week that's gone by that there's not interaction with it. I think everybody wants to get it as soon as possible. I know I expressed through Mr. Trumbauer to the county executive's office my desire to get this in as quickly as possible. There are, you know, legal stuff is legal stuff, and so I'm confident that everybody is hastily moving it forward with the intent of well supporting it.
Wonderful. That's great to hear. And so I look forward to that vote and to seeing this come to fruition. And thank you so much for your time today and for showing us the plan. Really a pleasure.
Ms. Antwine.
Good morning, County Executive Pittman. Thank you for being here this morning. Ms. Coach, thank you so much for being here. I have been part of many of your virtual meetings as well as your meetings in person. The work that goes into making this happen is incredible. I was hoping that you brought us the virtual view that you've shown before, and that would really hit home as to the greatness of this site and this opportunity for our students. But I have to be a little nasty this morning. I'm very disappointed that we're still delayed. Despite whatever the delays may be, I'm disappointed that we can't take action today. This is probably, especially in District 1, one of the most important projects that has been expressed today, has been 20 years in the making, and yet the finish line is being pushed once more. I ask personally, as a person who raised her child in this area, I know the concerns for not only our children, for our elderly, but for our community at large. We have greatness in that area that can be made even greater with a center like this. I ask that we work together, whatever the kinks are. There are waivers we can put into place. There are all kinds of exceptions that we could do so that we can move this forward and break ground appropriately. Our students are suffering in that area. They have a need that has been there, as quoted earlier, over 20 years. Let's do this and do this together. Thank you. That's all I want to say right now, because you guys know I'll start getting too personal. So thank you for the hard work, especially Ms. G and Ms. Lisa Shore, Ms. Sheila Enriquez, and I thank our state and local leadership too. You all have stepped in physically as well, and I thank you all for that support. But let's not introduce this as words or good ideas. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. In conclusion, I have no questions for you guys, and I'm looking forward to our very next steps. And as I stated sooner, as we work through the language and the technicalities of everything, I'm sure that we'll have that handled very quickly. I want to add to Ms. Antwine's shout out of appreciation to our board council and our staff, because in addition to opening a school and all the intricacies associated with it and supporting of the board, they are taking that extra time to create the priority that this is definitely worthy of. And so I just want to make sure that they do not go unnoticed, because that is a heavy lift. And I know Ms. Ellis joins me from time to time in making sure that things are running, and that on behalf of the board, that our interests are being upheld at all times. So thank you guys all very much. I don't know if we have any other questions. I don't want to take too much more time for Mr. Pittman and Ms. Koch. It looks like Ms. Antwine may have one more follow-up question. I'm seeing her hand raised. Ms. Antwine?
Yes, I know when the board will be able to get the draft memorandum that Executive Pittman shared, and also the documents that have been identified. We don't have access to that as of yet, so as soon as possible, please, I would like for the board to get those docs.
Yes, the board will not only receive the documentation in its final draft form, they will also receive the benefit of a full closed session on the legal aspects of it, because these are technical legal documents. And so in accordance with our OMA, as it relates to closed session, all of that will definitely be shared in a timely fashion, Ms. Antwine. And we'll have available resources to get questions answered, hopefully in advance, in addition to at the time of. And we'll receive another briefing similar to this, maybe not as introductory, but perhaps with more details. Our staff will then also be available to address questions for the board's benefit to render a healthy decision on it. And that's all happening literally simultaneously with a lot of diligence. And Mr. Trumbauer is in the throes of it with the team who's working on it daily also, and should not go unnoticed. Did that answer the question?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm gonna wrap up and just say thank you guys once again. Your continued support and team effort on all aspects, whether we're dealing with COVID and opening and projects like this so important to our community. It is greatly appreciated, your support of education. Thank you guys both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have the public hearing piece for the for our CIP and capital budget. Item 3.02, the superintendent's recommended FY 2022 CIP and capital budget. Now, normally we would hear testimony. We received all of our testimony, of course, due to our COVID conditions, as stated in my introductory statement before the meeting began, as the meeting first began. Due to COVID, we are taking all testimony by writ. And so, Ms. Howe, could you please report on any testimony that we received for this public hearing of the superintendent's recommended 2020 CIP and capital budget?
Yes, ma'am. We received one public comment, which was shared online and sent to you as well.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to turn this item over to Dr. Arlotto. Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you, Madam President. We certainly are, if there are questions of the board at this time. Otherwise, it is, I don't know that the staff has anything else to share. We had our public workshop. We appreciated the board rolling up their sleeves and reviewing the information in this year's capital budget and CIP. So if there are no further questions.
Okay, it does appear that we do have one or two follow-up questions from members, and I think this would be the appropriate time because our action would simply be as such. So I'm seeing just one hand up at this time. Seeing only one hand, I'm just going to go ahead and take it instead of full roll call. Ms. Ellis, please.
Thank you. Dr. Arlotto, I did receive some personal communication about, in other words, it wasn't entered into the record as public testimony, but concerns about where the West County Elementary School falls in order or in line of the major capital projects. And there was a concern that if there are funding cuts because it's low on the list, it would be one of the first to go. Can you speak to that at all before we vote?
Yes, ma'am, and certainly Mr. Sheknovich can follow up if I leave anything out. So I think the short answer is any project. We have our projects on the list in order as you reference, and I appreciate you bringing it up so the public can hear the comments on this. Anytime, we always ask, certainly we've never gotten fully funded in a capital budget. So in every year, our list is created in the hope that it is fully funded. Anytime it is not, projects are then moved further down the list. And in reference to what you're talking about, West County Elementary, if everything ahead of it is not fully funded, if we're not able to get to all those projects, then that would be backed up a year. And that is the case each and every year with our capital projects.
Right. So I guess I just need to speak to the fact that parents in this community, particularly attending Piney Orchard, whether they are in the Piney Orchard area or are currently there until this new school is built, are very, very concerned about the size of the student population in an elementary school, and they really feel that there's a real urgency for this project, which I know we've all had many discussions about over redistricting. So I really, really, really hope there's no delay on this project. It's critical in the Arundel feeder system to have this school as soon as possible.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions or comments of the board? Okay. Seeing none. I'm sorry, Ms. Antoine.
Thank you, Ms. Corkadell. Dr. Arlotto, Executive Pittman identified a possible middle school at the Van Bachlen area where the IDCE would be constructed. For this capital budget, I understand if they're going to break ground next September, would be start requesting support from the state for that middle school. Are there plans for that middle school at this time, or is this something we should be asking for in this budget, or how does that work? It was the first I've heard of a possible middle school, which is why I'm bringing it up now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question. I'm sure that others heard the county executive's comment about the middle school as well and are wondering the same. So I appreciate you asking that. So right now, there is nothing in the CIP in the 6 or 10 year plan for a middle school on that site. That is something that this boards prior to you, this current board and superintendents prior to me, but your current superintendent have been holding on to that piece of property with the thought of building a middle school on the backside of the Van Bachlen property, as Ms. Koch showed you in those drawings in the aerial photographs. So our plan has been always over time, looking at the demographics and the growth in that part of the county, that there would be a need for an additional middle school. And so that's the reason we've been holding on to that piece of property, particularly the back side of that property behind Van Bachlen or north of Van Bachlen, that we would build a middle school. It's not in your CIP now. It's not anything that is built into the numbers. And it's not anything that we have to request of the state at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Arlotto. That's all. Thank you, President Corkadell.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. I don't see any other questions or hands being raised. So just a reminder that this item will be up for action. It is eligible for action later on in this agenda. Thank you very much, Dr. Arlotto, and to the staff. I know this is a very challenging year, and you guys are definitely doing an awesome job and well preparing us for the upcoming years ahead that may be perhaps challenging. Next item is 4.01, the Safety and Security Report. Dr. Arlotto?
Good morning.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Jackson. I'm so sorry.
No problem. Good morning, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, I'm Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. I'm providing a monthly update on security as requested. On September the 1st, the Supervisor of School Security and I attended the Anne Arundel County Police Department's SRO annual in-house training. We look forward to our continued partnership. Our Office of School Security team continues to participate in monthly Maryland Center for School Safety Security Directors conference calls to collaborate with security directors throughout the state regarding emergent issues and promising practices. State guidance regarding emergency drills during virtual and hybrid operations is pending, with an anticipated October 2020 release. AACPS has received notice of our FY21 Safe Schools Grant Award to implement school safety enhancements. These project funds allow us to address challenges and support AACPS district-wide efforts to provide all schools with a safe and secure learning environment for all students. Thank you. This concludes the update, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Jackson. It does look like we do have a couple questions posed on the table. Let me see if I have more than two. I don't see more than two, so I'll just take them, starting with Mr. Smith, then Ms. Antwine. Mr. Smith?
Hi, Ms. Jackson. Hope everything's been well. Good morning. I just had a question about the SRO training. Can you elaborate? Has, I guess, anything changed in regards to SROs and their training or any practices? I know there's been some revisions in the past because of everything that's transpired over the summer, but can you update us on any, I guess, new requirements or training?
No, sir. As you know, the Maryland Center for School Safety has their SRO and principal and school leader training that we participated in earlier this summer that I updated the board on at our last meeting. I would encourage all board members who haven't visited the Maryland Center for School Safety website to peruse the website. There's a lot of great information there about SRO training, including but not limited to logistics and things of that nature. The training that our supervisor for school security and I attended was directed and provided by the actual Anne Arundel County Police Department. We brought greetings. We provided the draft copies of our Code of Student Conduct so that they could ask any questions, and just another opportunity for them to interact with us and for us to remind each other that we are there for each other as we work in the virtual environment, as well as when we return to a hybrid environment as well.
Great. And I guess just so SROs, they're back on regular duty now since school's not in session, or are they still securing the buildings with the limited staff that's there?
So the nature and the scope and sequence of the SRO job is actually provided by Anne Arundel County Police Department. So Anne Arundel County's Public Schools does not provide a daily assignment or assignments to them. So that is provided by the Anne Arundel County Police Department. I do know that they are working with officers that are not SROs on a daily basis to continue to provide a safe and secure environment, not just for our students, but for all citizens of Anne Arundel County.
Okay, great. And this next question has nothing to do with the previous two, but have you had any incidents of, I guess, problems at any of our athletic facilities, right, with anybody getting on the field when they're not supposed to?
So earlier this summer, spring, every day runs into one day lately, but I can't remember if it was this summer or the spring. We did have an instance at a high school that we worked with our local police department to solve the problem and bring resolution to that issue. I'm not aware of any after that, but there could be that, haven't necessarily made it to me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Ms. Antwine?
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Jackson.
Good morning, Ms. Antwine.
Thank you for that update in the presentation, especially concerning the SROs and your engagement with them as we move forward into the new year. Thank you for that. I had a question though about virtual security. As I'm going through my emails, even up to last night, I read a few emails that talked about interruptions during the class period to include racial slurs being shared, or I would say not shared, but introduced while class is going on by people outside of the class. That means no student or none of the teachers introduced that. So I'm trying to understand how we moderate more effectively so that incidents like that don't continue to occur.
That's a great question. And actually, I have some data in my next report that I was going to provide to that.
I'll stand by then.
No. But this is a really great time to talk about it, to bridge those two. So I really appreciate that question. So as we continue to work with adolescents in grades 6 through 12, adolescents continue, as they do in brick and mortar, to make decisions that are not in alignment with our Code of Student Conduct. And as such, they do have consequences. And I want to reiterate to not only our board, but the public, that we are following the Code of Student Conduct. And so we investigate these issues and make sure that those students are understand our policies and procedures in Anne Arundel County Public Schools and are held accountable if there is a disruption. That said, we are continuing to work to empower our teachers and our principals. Just like when we're in brick and mortar, our principals are visiting classrooms. We are working with a team of through a collaborative team through OSP technology to help produce some how-to videos for our teachers so that if an unfortunate incident occurs, they are able to utilize some technological advances in order to sort of shut the class down or exit the student or what have you. So we are working through that, and it's not unique to Anne Arundel County Public Schools. So we're working with some of our partners across the state to do just that. I'm sure you've read about some of the incidents across the state and the country. And additionally, we are going to be putting out some information through our school principals, just some friendly reminders about appropriate virtual classroom behavior. We do have our Code of Student Conduct lessons. I overheard my own son going through the Code of Conduct lessons just earlier this week. And so those are continuing to happen. In addition to all of that, we are continuing to work with our platform to make sure that we have a safe and secure environment for our students. So those things are reported, they're recorded, just like they would be in brick and mortar, and we continue to work with our school staffs. That said, what happens, as we always know, when one incident happens, it tends to be multiplied. The impact is multiplied because of social media. And so one incident may be captured and reposted hundreds of times. And so it seems that one incident has turned into a district-wide issue when it's one incident. Now, please don't misunderstand what I'm saying. One incident is too many, but it is not as widespread as many would think.
And if, Ms. Jackson, if you don't mind jumping in part to respond to Ms. Antwine's question, and thank you for your thorough response, Mrs. Jackson. There are security measures in place in this virtual environment to keep the students and the staff safe. That said, for a student that is not part of enrolled class to gain access to that class, that means a student from the class had to share their access code. Okay. And that sort of equates to don't ever go to the door of a school building and let somebody in into the building without going through the proper front door and checking in. And so this is what it equates to, possibly a student sharing their access to a classroom. And that allowed somebody else to gain access, because only students enrolled in a specific class or section of a course can gain access to that class. Thank you.
You're muted.
Miss Antwine, I believe you're muted. Okay.
Okay, so I thank you for the explanation, both of you, and that's very reassuring to know that you all are aware and on top of it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Corkadell, you're muted as well. I think going forward, everyone needs a sign above their computer monitor that says, "Are you unmuted?"
I see, I've got my post-it. I'm getting ready to write it. Thank you very much. Actually, I think it's an incidental double click on my end with my settings, but thank you very much. Okay, moving on next to our next report is item 4.02, the bullying prevention report.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again. And good morning again, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Arlato. For the record, I'm Monique Jackson, Deputy Superintendent for Student and School Support. I'm providing an update on bullying prevention as requested. In our quest to eliminate incidents of bullying, intimidation, and harassment in our schools, Anne Arundel County Public Schools has implemented a bullying investigation dashboard for all schools. Principals and assistant principals received the bullying investigation dashboard training virtually over the past few months. The dashboard provides a one-stop shop for administrators to log in, review, include notes, and complete all investigations for any bullying forms received. The goal of AACPS is to create and support safe school climates in which to learn by prohibiting bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, sexual harassment, and intimidation. Since the start of our new school year, we have received 2 bias-motivated behavior forms, a decrease from this time last year receiving 3 forms. As well, this school year, we have received 7 bullying forms, representing a decrease from this time last year at 25. We hope that this trend continues as our students find ways to celebrate similarities and differences. Thank you. This concludes the update, and I'm available to answer questions that you may have.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Jackson. Do we have any questions? It looks like we do have a couple questions for you. Ms. Jackson, it's going to go, let's see here. I have Mr. Smith and Ms. Schalheim. We'll go in roll call order, Mr. Smith, and then followed by Ms. Schalheim. And you can just call upon them fluidly. Oh, and Ms. Antwine, looks like she has one as well. So in that order, starting with Mr. Smith.
Great. So with the reporting process, I guess, has any steps in that changed just to accommodate for the virtual environment for the, I guess the bullying, the bullying is already a dashboard, but for the hate and bias incidents?
No, sir, because we want our students to continue to report. And so if something happens, we want them to report in however is the most convenient way. Most of our principals have posted their Google Voice numbers. You have email. I actually think it's more convenient now in a virtual environment because you have many more ways to contact a principal during, or your assistant principal during the day. And so as we do with everything, we encourage students to reach out to that trusted adult. Hopefully that is that school-based administrator.
Great. And with the you said 2 bias incidents, were they both racially motivated, or was there another factor to one of them?
From my recollection, and I will double check, I believe one was race and one was religion.
Okay. And do you know what schools they came out of? And if you can't say the schools for reasons, can you say the I guess the grade, what school was it? Middle, elementary, high school?
High school.
Both of them. Okay, and same questions for the bullying. Were they middle, elementary, high school? A mix?
I can get you that information. I apologize, I don't have that in front of me, but I can. Usually what I do is I provide a quarterly update to the board with all of that information in the format by incident type and level.
Okay, great. And I this next question is just about the I guess the access for the Google Classroom. I'm still a bit confused. I think Dr. Law said only students with access to the class, right, have the only students that are enrolled in the class have access to that class. I was under the impression that if you have an AACPS domain name, that's how you could get in the class, unless the teacher, somehow admits you.
Correct. That's correct. So it's kind of both, right? So if you understand what I mean. So if, I know you would never do this, but for example, if you have a class and your twin brother does not have the class, then if you were unfortunately to provide that code to him, and I don't want to talk too much publicly because I don't want to do copycat, if you understand what I mean, then someone could have access.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because Okay, yeah, because we ran into an incident in my community wellness class. Nothing racial, kind of just a knucklehead. He just said something. It wasn't funny. He just said something a few times, but then they kicked him out. So I'm just wondering just a little more information on that. But those really conclude my questions. I'm glad we're trying to we're finding ways. Curve, I guess, is virtual vitriol.
Yes, sir.
New form of it, and just keep up the great work.
Thank you, sir. And you bring up a good point. I was a middle school teacher, and so I can tell you there were a couple times that there were unauthorized people in my class, right? And so I would have to say, hey, this is not your class. Sometimes it was intentional, sometimes it was not intentional, right? Oh, I thought I had you second period, but it's third period, right? And so, it just is exacerbated a little bit, but we'll continue. And through grace and patience, we'll continue to make this work for all of our students. Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. Ms. Schelheim, I believe you were next.
Yes, thank you as always for your reports. Really appreciate it. The bullying dashboard sounds wonderful. Will there be a similar model implemented for bias, or will that be tied in down the road in any way, just to make it sort of a consistent platform so that one isn't intentionally or unintentionally elevated above the other? Yeah.
Right. I believe in our initial report on this, and maybe earlier this summer, we indicated that yes, it would eventually be part of it. I can go back to look at my bullying report from that meeting, but yes, it would be part of it. But we are rolling this out. We don't want to roll out too many dashboards. In a virtual environment, our principals have a lot to manage, and so we want to get it right. And so as we make plans to do that, we will definitely continue to update the board.
Perfect. Yeah, it's been like 47 years since, the beginning of summer.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just, it's been a long time.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if you can answer this because it might be too deep in the weeds, but is there a cluster that is standing out as being sort of problematic either for bullying or for bias at this point, or is it just kind of evenly spread out throughout?
Well, no, ma'am. Our two bias reports are in two different clusters. For the last, this is my 5th year in the position, and so it does not, our data has, and you've received our data, year-to-year data, and we did it by cluster. So in the years that I've been in this position and that we've been collecting the data, there's not a cluster, not a particular school that really stands out. As I've stated previously, our middle school students, because of the nature of their growth, both social and emotionally, they tend to say things that are not appropriate. And so that's what makes being a middle school educator awesome at times, but also frustrating at times, because you just never know what you're going to get or what you're going to walk into.
Right, right. Well, thank you so much for this, and thank you for helping to remind everyone that that everyone is accountable for their behavior, virtually or not. We all must adhere to the code of conduct always, and bias in any form is never okay in our schools or outside of them or in our society at all. So thank you so much for your hard work always. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Schelheim, and thank you for that last point, because I want to reiterate to our public watching that the review of the code of conduct is not solely a school system responsibility. I would encourage all parents to have conversations with their students. Something that we do in our home is sort of role play and do, a case scenario, so that in different, athletics or in the band or in art class or in music class or in math class, different scenarios. And so I would encourage, as you're getting ready for dinner, or if you're taking, a ride somewhere, maybe to the grocery store, to perhaps do some role playing and play the scenarios out, so our students know not just how to mitigate these instances, but also how to respond if an unfortunate instance they're faced with an unfortunate incident.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The last hand I see is Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. My question next month is Bullying Prevention Month. And last year, you guys did, the school system overall and the communities were incredible in their engagement with supporting the campaigns associated with that. Are there plans, even in this virtual environment, to do some activities during that next month?
Absolutely. And in our bullying prevention, we want to make sure that our students understand that it's not just for the month of October, but it's something that we're serious about every single day of the school year and outside of the school. And so if you have children in the school system, you've been able to perhaps listen in to community circles. And, they are an excellent way to continue to elevate our quest for bullying prevention, because it is in the community circle that you do that. Just build community and you find ways in which you are similar. And therefore, once you find ways the more ways that you find that you are similar, the less likely the differences will actually make a difference.
Can you write that, Ms. Jackson? That was incredible.
I just made that up, and I like it.
I think that, thank you so much. That was beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, President Corkadell.
Oh, thank you very much, Ms. Jackson. You guys are working so hard. Amazing and incredible. Next is our diversity and inclusion report, item 4.03.
Good morning, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. For the record, I am Maisha Gillens, Executive Director of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement. I am providing the monthly update on diversity and inclusion. The Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement continues to be intentional in our efforts in assisting schools in elevating all students and eliminating all gaps, especially during these uncertain times. We are excited about continuing the dialogue around equity, social justice, anti-racism, diversity, and inclusion. I will provide you with an update on a few ways we are achieving this goal. Each Wednesday, schools are engaging in professional development from 1 to 2:30 p.m. At least once a month, employees will be engaging in a self-selected equity professional development from a menu of options. and an equity professional development module on the 2-hour early dismissal days facilitated by the school's equity lead. The equity professional development menu includes options for learning about equity in the virtual environment, building relationships, and facilitating critical conversations with students. The October 21st early dismissal module will focus on the Anne Arundel County Public Schools educational equity policy and regulations and how it lives in schools. The early dismissal module will also focus on defining and differentiating anti-racist terminology such as diversity, equity, inclusion, racism, anti-racist, and social justice. We believe norming or level setting anti-racist terms is necessary before engaging in critical conversations with colleagues. When everyone has a common understanding of key terminology, this allows for everyone to lean into the conversation, avoiding misunderstandings and defensiveness, which are barriers to having critical conversations. My office continues to be committed to working collaboratively with other offices and the community to ensure equity and access for all our students. We teamed up with Human Resources to deliver a joint presentation to senior staff on recruiting and hiring a more diverse workforce and mitigating implicit bias in hiring. The presentation included Human Resources sharing their percentage of diverse hires this year being the highest since Anne Arundel County Public Schools began tracking the data more than a decade ago. A virtual meeting was held on Monday with community partners with the following goals in mind. We provided information as an update on how virtual learning is going. We navigated the numerous resources on the Fall 2020 and virtual learning websites. We provided a sneak preview of how to access a Google Classroom so our community partners can better help our students. We spoke about supports needed to close opportunity gaps. And we also spoke and created a structure where all partners know what each other is doing to support our students. I would like to end my monthly report with the following African proverb. It takes a village to raise a child. It truly takes all of us to ensure the success of all of Anne Arundel County Public Schools students. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gillens. Greatly appreciated. Looks like I do have a hand or two up. Starting with Ms. Schallheim. Ms. Schallheim.
Firstly, it's wonderful to see you as always. Thank you for your wonderful report. I am doing my homework as well. I'm currently reading both How to Be an Anti-Racist and Stay Woke. So I am leading into, I encourage all of our students and parents to lean in and get yourselves educated on these topics, please and thank you. I wanted to ask about Hispanic Heritage Month because it's going on now, and what we are doing at every level to be inclusive and to celebrate our diversity.
Thank you for the question. I am going to have to get back to you on that to get an inventory as to what the schools are doing. My apologies for not being prepared to provide you with that response, but I will collect that information.
Thank you. Thank you. You had a lot in your report. So I know you all, you and your team have been hard at work making sure that people feel welcome and included in our virtual environments. I can't thank you and your team enough. I can't thank Ms. Jackson. I'm sorry I didn't say that earlier, Ms. Jackson. I know you're still with us. And so I'm just always grateful for both of you, the work that you're doing and moving us all forward and making us better citizens of our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I think you're on mute.
Yep. Thank you, Michelle. Hi, Mr. Smith. There's just a little bit of delay, I think, from my click to the other is what I figured out. At first, I thought it was a double click. It really is just a little extra second delay on the old ISP. Mr. Smith.
Ms. Shawheim actually stole my question. I guess great minds think alike about the Hispanic Heritage Month. A lot of students have been posting about it, and a lot of students have been celebrating it so far. I know yesterday was, I think, Central American Independence Day, right? So a lot of students are posting about that. So we look forward, what the school system, what the individual schools will do, to support our Hispanic community. And Dr. Gillens, like I said to Ms. Jackson, keep up the great work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Gillens? Seeing no more further action of the board, thank you so much, Dr. Gillens, Ms. Jackson, and Dr. Alato for your reports. Lastly, we do have item 4.04, which is the transportation report. Ms. Howe, could you please report on public comment received?
Yes, ma'am. We received one public comment, which was posted on the website and shared with you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howe. Greatly appreciate all the hard work you and Ms. Money do for us each day. Transportation report, Dr. Alato, Mr. Chiknovich.
Yes, thank you, Madam President and members of the board. I'm Alex Chaknovich, Chief Operating Officer, bringing the transportation report to the board's attention this morning. Our transportation team has been hard at work, working with multiple school reopening committees, the committees that Dr. McMahon has previously briefed the school system on, regarding scenarios on transporting the youngsters safely and appropriately in the various modalities that are currently being contemplated. That work is not being done by transportation alone. Please be aware that we've also been in communication with both public health officials and public safety officials, as well as our colleagues across the state. There are weekly calls between the State Transportation Department, led by MSDE, as well as the 24 jurisdictions that we participate on, in order to ensure that we're all kept abreast of current trends and best practices. Now, leaving from that to our current operations, we do have non-public schools that are operating. We are transporting daily to those schools. We're adhering to their requirements and working collaboratively with the Special Education Department and Alternative Education Department to coordinate transport for the eligible youngsters in those programs, as well as working closely with those departments to identify the students and geographically locate and arrange transportation for the students that have indicated their willingness to participate in either our programs at the two centers of applied technology, as well as our special education students. And again, the department is working actively with all of our end users and customers to make sure that as our reopening scenarios continue to incrementally increase, that we stand ready to prepare to support those departments. And with that, I'll cede my comments back to you and your colleagues, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Alex. Greatly appreciated. Looks like we do have two comments checking in. I got to be honest, I didn't see which hand went up first, so I'll just roll call order this from the two, Ms. Scholheim and then Ms. Ann.
Thank you for your report, as always. Really greatly appreciated. And I wanted to thank Dr. Alato, you, and the rest of the staff who have who are moving forward with one of the. I know you're moving forward with more than one recommendation, but the recommendation I'm referring to in the Gibson report, not in the Gibson report, the Prismatic report, had to do with staffing in the transportation department, and I am thrilled. Thank you for moving forward and getting some of those good folks hired. I just wanted to share my gratitude. So thank you. I look forward to.
Thank you very much, Ms. Scholheim. Ms. Antwi.
Good morning, Mr. Shagnovich. I want to first start by thanking you and your team for your incredible engagement with the IGC, the community center that's going up. You have been very, very involved in that and hardworking for a very long time. Thank you so much for continuing to move this forward. My questions concerning transportation as we go into, I would call it the semi-hybrid form. Transportation we learned yesterday, will be a strong consideration as to how we get students back and forth safely. And we're also engaging in extracurricular considerations, and transportation will play a role in that. Are there plans right now to do anything differently than we have before in consideration of the contracts that we have in place?
Safety, obviously, Madam Antoine, is always at the forefront. So yes, there are going to be operational changes to the way that we have previously operated transportation in order to comply with health department directives and other best practices covered by the CDC and others. We've developed essentially a plan that involves responsibility on the part of both employees and students in terms of, for example, mask wearing, social distancing. That's going to have to occur from curb to curb. And by that, Ms. Antoine, I mean social distancing practice at the bus stop leading up to the bus arrival. We've developed a specific way to load the bus. So for example, as the bus is being loaded, the first youngsters on a bus are going to be required to go to the very last seat on the bus. So we're going to load the bus from back to front, so youngsters are not walking past other youngsters on the way to their seat. And then when we arrive at the school, we're going to unload in the opposite direction. So we're going to unload with the first seat nearest the driver, nearest the front door, unloading first. Again, this is all taking best practices and really smart group thinking on the part of all the state transportation directors. And we've essentially coalesced around a very good safety protocol. Mask wearing is imperative from curb to curb. The seat behind the driver will be left vacant. There's only one youngster per seat allowed, unless that student comes from the same household. So if you have, for example, a first and third grader, they would be allowed to sit together, but individuals in different households would clearly that's going to greatly reduce the operational capacity of our buses and lead to some changes. The other thing that we're working on, Ms. Antoine, is along the theme that this entire school system has, and that's really choice, right? So simply because you're eligible to ride a bus, you're not required. So we are going to telegraph our safety and term and condition elements to parents and guardians and students. We're going to ask that they acknowledge that they want to participate in transportation. Again, do they want to avail themselves of that, and acknowledge that they are ready, willing, and able to comply with those safety protocols and the operational requirements of receiving the transportation. Because again, it does take all of us to make sure that that is done in a safe manner, and the safety of everybody on the bus is highly reliant on the safety of everybody else on the bus, as you can imagine. So no, we are actively engaged in that, Ms. Antoine. And again, like I said, our transportation team here in Anne Arundel County, I think, is wonderful. But as wonderful as I know and believe they are, we don't know all of the answers. And that's why we've established, actually, the State Department of Education has facilitated a weekly telecon with all 24 jurisdictions, again, to make sure that not just are we applying our own best thinking, but we're learning from others. Some jurisdictions may be slightly ahead of us in the reopening, some may be slightly delayed. So really, it's using the synergies of the 24 counties, taken into account what their transportation staff is advising, what their health departments are advising, what their public safety officials are advising, All of that, Miss Antwine, makes our plan stronger because we're learning from others as well. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further movement of the board, so I believe we are in conclusion. Thank you so very much. Next item is our consent items and awards of contract. Item 5.01 is online learning management system, and 5.02 procurement card banking services.
Madam President,
Yes.
motion to
Mr. Gillen?
bundle.
Thank you. Hence my deliberate pause. You're reading my mind. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion and second. Any conversation about it? Not seeing any. Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Live,
Aye.
Ms. Hummer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
and Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you very much. Dr. Arlotto, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I recommend board approval of the contracts as listed on today's agenda, 5.01 online learning management system and 5.02 procurement card banking services.
Thank you very much. Ms. Schallheim, you had a question, comment?
Yes, I have a question. I'm not familiar with the learning management system that was selected, and so down the road, either individually or in front of the whole board, can we get like a little mini presentation on what that system involves and includes?
Absolutely. That will be part of the rollout process. We'll have to, once the contract is in place, of course, technologically, we've got to get everything on board and loaded and connected to all, so it can speak to all of our different platforms and databases. And then it will be training for teachers and staff. It will be training for students. We'll roll out some videos for families so that they know how more better to navigate and utilize this, the learning management system. And we will certainly, when we're ready to roll, bring something to the board in a public meeting.
Oh, that's wonderful. And I just want to, for everyone listening at home and panicking, I wanted to ask that, or to confirm that the rollout for this isn't immediate. It'll probably be in between semesters, or at least at the end of a marking period. Can you enlighten us as to when you think that might occur?
Yes, ma'am. We won't put this into full operation at least until the beginning of the second semester.
Perfect.
We need everybody to settle into the current platform and utilization of the Google Suite. The Google Suite will continue within the learning management system, but there won't be any changes now during the first semester.
Wonderful. And I think I read as part of our information that a fair number of people were involved in the deliberation and selection of said system. Beyond central office staff and your immediate team, can you tell us who was involved in that process?
Yes, ma'am. There were, and Mr. Sheknovich and or Dr. McMahon were more intimately involved than I, but in the immediate, in some of the paperwork that you saw or are privy to, there was an immediate central office team that narrowed the field, and once the field of possible vendors and choices was narrowed, then we began to spread out and get others involved. Upwards of 80 different folks were involved, not just at central office, but we had elementary, middle, and high school folks involved, as well as some of our curriculum coordinators and others that would engage with this platform. And the companies created what technology calls a sandbox. So they created a version of it such that it does not impact anybody's work, but it does allow for live interaction with the learning management system, so people could play with it. And I think it was about a 2-week period that everybody in this team could get their hands dirty, evaluate, and provide some comment on to the selection committee. Mr. Sheknovich, anything to add to that?
No, Dr. Lott, you did a wonderful job. I just wanted to add that we had end users. Obviously, we identified all the end users, and I know you referenced teachers, Dr. Lotto, but we also had school-based administrators participate in it, as well as our content coordinators and content specialists. So we identified everybody that is going to need to touch and work with the system, and made sure that amongst the 80 sandbox participants and the 15 individuals on the steering committee, that there was participation and opportunity to use the system for that 2-week period and evaluate and judge whether it met their criteria and needs. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. McMahon, anything that you would add to that? We might be able to catch up with her later. Ms. Schellheim, you wanted to say?
Yes, it's part of those people at the school level that were invited into the sandbox, as it were. Does that include folks from all regions of the county?
Yes, it did. It included folks from all regions of the county, as well as all areas, special education and ESOL as well.
That was my very next question. Thank you for that. And then lastly, was our bargaining unit involved in any way or communicated with during the process?
Yes, they were aware of it, and many of the teachers who actually were part of the evaluation are in fact Unit 1 part of their bargaining unit, one members.
Perfect. Well, I'm really, really excited. I know this was a goal of ours for a while, and I have nothing to compare it to. Google Classroom was a lift for me personally. I still own a record player and many records, so like, you know, I feel technologically sort of impaired in that way, and so that was a steep learning curve for myself. And so, but I know that this wasn't the end result, that we wanted something better, something greater, and so I very much look forward to seeing that in action, and I'm really grateful. I mean, along with all the other things you're doing, you all have been able to bring this to us. I'm just in awe, and please get some rest and some sleep when you can. You all definitely deserve it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I see if you don't mind, Ms. Corkadell, I see Ms. Antwine's hand. I'll call on her next.
Yes, please. I'm receiving some kind of delay. I'm going to see if I can resolve it over our closed sessions. Yes, Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto, and thank you, President Corkadell. I want to talk about the LMS. We briefly covered some of it yesterday, and I thank you for that explanation. I'm concerned with, especially in we're learning as we go in the virtual environment. It was good to hear Ms. Schellheim ask the question about when the integration would take place. Is it possible once the contract is approved, is it possible to start it even as late as next year, or is there a specific reason for implementing it as early as spring semester?
Well, Ms. Antwine, certainly Dr. McMahon will jump in. We've not set an implementation date as of yet. We wanted to get the contract approved by the board and then begin to move forward. Um, we have sort of a general idea about how long it will take to get the technology piece connected, and then we have to roll out to teacher and school-based folks and their training, then make sure the students are aware of it and how to use it. So my point to responding to Mrs. Schalheim was it would not happen before the beginning of the, before the end of the first semester. So that puts us at the end of January. Before the first semester is over, at the point the first semester is over. So it wouldn't happen prior to them, but we have not established a specific date that we would flip the switch and say that we are on. We're not that. We have to really map out and see how the technology integration occurs first, and then how we can schedule the training. And some of that will depend upon whether we are in buildings full-time at that point, or in buildings in a hybrid format, and how we can roll those things out. Dr. McMahon, anything to add to that?
No, that's exactly what I'd say.
Excellent. Thank you both.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mrs. Corkadell, I don't see any other questions. Or any other hands, excuse me.
I don't either on either items. So moving forward, willing to entertain a motion at this time.
So moved.
Second. It sounded like we had a second. I couldn't hear who that may have been.
Miss Antwine.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Live,
Aye.
Miss Summer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Miss Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon,
Aye.
Miss Schalheim,
Aye.
Miss Antwine,
Aye.
Miss Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you very much, Ms. Howe. At this time, I'm going to suggest that the board enter into closed session for a working lunch. As you know, with it only being one meeting for this month, one regular business meeting, we've got quite a bit in our first meeting with the schools back open. Ms. Ellis, please.
Sorry, I'm.
No worries. Well, in fact, while you're doing that, I can state that we will be planning on returning at 1:30 p.m. for planning purposes.
Right. Madam President, I move that the board go into closed session to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials, excuse me, over whom this public body has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice on a legal matter, to consult with staff, consultants, counsel, or other individuals about pending or potential litigation, to conduct collective bargaining negotiations, or consider matters that relate to the negotiations.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have consensus? Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, the motion to enter into closed session has been accepted. And I will just remind board members to use your closed session link to re-enter into our meeting. And we will plan on our return at 1:30 p.m. to enter back into public session. Thank you all very much. Tripling down did have an effect on our timing. So thank you very much for your patience. Okay, we're going to get started. Go ahead, Bob. You can mute all and start with countdown. Good afternoon and welcome back to the public session of the Board of Education of Anne Arundel County on September the 16th. We are now resuming and I want to extend my great appreciation for everyone's patience. We did have some critical items that required the board's attention and definitely appreciate and recognize the inconvenience that it has caused. For that, we do apologize for. Moving forward, Ms. Ellis, please.
Madam President, I move that the board move item 6.10 before item 6.01.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and second has been made. Any commentary? Okay. Do I have any dissent for consensus? Seeing no dissent of the board, the motion to adopt the agenda adjustment to hear item 6.10 has been accepted. Item 6.10 is an adjustment to the Board of Education's public meeting, business meeting calendar. I want to first just say we've all been on quite a crazy journey since March. And Board of Education, when the schools shut down, as mandated by the state, as the pandemic was barreling and right in our faces, we made some decisions. And our first decision was to demonstrate and exercise health and safety first. And so the board set up and systematically and very methodically to make sure that we were in compliance with OMA and other protocols and standards. Worked very collaboratively with our other LEAs, our legal teams, and our staff and our fellow members to ensure that we can continue to conduct business. We slowly evolved into full business production, and as a governing body who has responsibility to decisions that do impact the current emergency, we are, for all intents, part of that first response frontline working team. We've now heard through a series of workshops and updates, both in our business meetings as well as in a most recent work session on Monday, as to what the plan is to bring our students and our teachers and our staff back together in person and do so responsibly with our health in mind and the spirit and intent of ensuring that even under a pandemic, that we can deliver good quality education and keep our kids' futures doors open. We want to keep those doors open for them. We want to ensure equity, and we want to ensure the best possible education. We are truly better together. And so just like the school system has been working with the health department and all of their various agencies and the state coexisting to develop a plan of when to return, the Board of Education has started that endeavor. We researched what is the best approach from what the dais is going to look like to ensuring the health and safety of each individual member, the staff members who support it, and to make sure that although we are still in phase 2, that we are fully capable of performing our duties to the best of our ability, and how do we accommodate when accommodation is necessary. The board has come to a conclusion to that, and part of that decision, although it is an emergency plan in its form, I am proud to be able to say that we are now well positioned to start to move towards our reopening. And so the board has decided that provided that the safety metrics and provisions are provided for, and that we continue to confer with staff and by virtue of them, our necessary health agencies. And we know and have verified that the health and safety protocols are in place, and that which are not will be in place. But my understanding is everything has been in place in central office from a very early time on. So we're going to be returning to in person on October the 7th. Now, this decision is accommodating some of the naturally occurring ongoing emergency and crisis and response phase that we're in right now, and recognizes that. And so there is a request to modify our business meetings as to the time, not the dates, that we will be conducting them. We must lead by example and recognize the hard work and effort to ensure safety has been made in place for all. And so with that being said, our item 6.10 is to modify those business meetings in a public conduct so that the public is fully aware of that. With that stated, Ms. Ellis, you have the floor. I believe your mute may still be on.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say how I think it is important that we are in this place right now as we are looking to move forward and getting to a place where we're soon going to be bringing students into our buildings. And this is an opportunity for us to move forward now that we are in phase 2. We'll certainly remain within any CDC guidelines, state guidelines, local guidelines, and this will certainly be I think a better way to conduct business. It's much better when we are in front of each other talking. So we are looking to move our meetings going forward for the rest of through the first meeting in December to 6:00 p.m. for all of those meetings.
There is actually, if I could provide assistance, maybe I could provide the motion because I think there may have been a couple things missing there. The board is moving that the originally scheduled daytime meetings convene at the public portion, convene at 6 p.m.
Correct.
With closed session to occur earlier in the day, and that time is to be announced and determined by consensus of the board as appropriate, administratively, of course. Administrative matter. And of course, the public will be notified as in compliance with OMA and our standard news releases. We uphold well above and beyond the spirit and intent of that law by design in the interest of transparency. So in summary, the motion is to move the 3 daytime meetings to 6 p.m. with their closed sessions respectively occurring earlier in the day to better accommodate flexibility for the staff and the board members.
Right.
Is there a second? Okay.
Second on that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Dr. Arlotto?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I just want to be clear, just because it hasn't been stated yet. The motion encompasses moving daytime meetings from starting normally at 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Does that also, and I just want to make sure there's no confusion, does that also mean that the regularly scheduled evening meetings will move from 7 p.m. back to 6 p.m. or they'll remain at 7 p.m.?
You know, I had not considered that, Ms. Ellis. Perhaps that in the interest of uniformity, that would serve, I think, our purpose even into our evenings of the intent of the board. I'm going to withdraw my motion and ask Ms. Ellis to cast a new one reflecting the recommendation of the staff. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you. So yes, I'm sorry, I was having trouble formulating the motion, but that is exactly what we're looking to do. So I move that we schedule or change the meeting times for all of the meetings, board meetings going forward through the first meeting in December to begin at 6 p.m. public session. And closed executive sessions will still be earlier in the day, held remotely at times to be announced.
And I heard a second on the motion. Thank you very much. Ms. Schalheim, did you have any commentary? I see your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I thought it was all the meetings that has now since been rectified, and I'm very happy with this move because it does not conflict with synchronous instruction, and it allows for our public who might otherwise be sitting with their children during synchronous instruction to more actively participate in our meetings, hopefully at some point, either via audio or as the county council is doing, or whatever that might look like in the future, hopefully in a more active way going forward at some point. And that is also after the typical workday for most people. And so I just see this as a happy all the way around, and I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
And I don't see any further commentary on the calendar adjustment. So without further ado, Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Yes, this is on the move to 6 p.m. meetings beginning October 7th through December 4th in person. Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Live,
Aye.
Ms. Hummer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay. And just as a reminder in summary, the purpose and intent of this calendar adjustment is to accommodate the return of the board to meet in person. And I know that the public is anxious to get back in front of us and we're anxious to see faces in person as much as possible too. We're going to continue our current public commentary until we can gain some better insight as to the safest and most appropriate way to return our public in person. So please stand by and continue. That is sort of that next phase and next step. So we'll be taking this next step starting on October the 7th at our meeting. And as always, the board will publish that information as it is available. Thanks to everyone. I know, emergency response and recovery and how we work through this has been a Herculean effort, and I'm very proud to serve with members who are willing to take this on. Any elected member and any person in a position of power, whether it be Dr. Arlotto or whomever it is, has been asked to go well above and beyond. And our ability to not only conduct business well, but to restore as much normalcy as possible in a safe manner, I'm very proud. Thank you all. Next item is item 6.01, which is, hold on, the administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and or appointed.
So moved.
I'm motion and second made by Ms. Hummer. Thank you very much. Any comments from the board? Ms. Schallheim?
Would it be possible to bundle all the items in 6, or should we take the personnel separate and then perhaps bundle the rest? Because I would be happy to make a motion to bundle all of them together and ask questions all at once. It's up to y'all.
So I would suggest that we set aside the policy because it's following a different process of a policy on policy, and that item 6.05 through 6.09 could be bundled in the interest if the board was inclined. Okay. And then, did that answer your question, Ms. Schallheim?
Yeah, it sure does. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, great. Okay. Seeing no further questions, Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Live,
Aye.
Ms. Hummer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon,
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadel.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Item 6.02 is personnel. Dr. Arlato?
Thank you, Madam President. I recommend to the board board approval of the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
So moved.
Second, Dana.
Okay. Motion and second. Any commentary? Mr. Gilliland?
I was planning to vote, so
Oh, okay. Ms. Hummer, same here?
Yes, I just want to say I was very pleased as I looked through the list of new hires for teachers that there were a number of teachers from universities in Puerto Rico, and that we are continuing our outreach that diversity for more Spanish speaking teachers to come in. And I know that Mrs. Sasso would be thrilled to know that we that is still a successful program that's ongoing, and that we're increasing our ranks, and because we all remember that she offered to climb in someone's suitcase and go with them to Puerto Rico to recruit teachers. So I was thrilled as I looked through the list to see at least 5 or 6 new teachers coming from Puerto Rican universities. So that's wonderful news. So just wanted to point that out.
And mine being in that suitcase. Yeah, not during hurricane season. Okay, Ms. Schalheim, you had your hand up.
Yeah, and to piggyback on Ms. Hummer's point, I also noticed that there, is that the amount of diversity within this group was remarkable in general, and so I just wanted to say thank you to the team for continuing to have an eye on that. It'd be great to see. Thank you.
Great sentiments, Ms. Schalheim. Thank you very much. I don't see any further movement of the board. Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Mr. Gilliland,
aye.
Mr. Live,
Aye.
Ms. Hummer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon,
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadel.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you. Next item, 6.03 and 6.04. These are on their third readers. Item 6.03, wellness. Ms. Ortiz?
Good afternoon. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. First, you have item 6-03, policy AE, wellness. It's on third reading for a board vote, and I think the superintendent has a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Did we receive any comments since our second reader?
No, we did not receive any public comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Arlato?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I recommend approval of policy AE, subject to final correction for style and format.
So moved.
Or second. I'll second.
Okay. Motion and second. Any comments? Seeing no movement of the board, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Live,
Aye.
Ms. Hummer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon,
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadel.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you very much. Next item, 6.04, Ms. Ortiz.
Yes, and so item 6-04, policy IFC, physical education, is also before you today on third reading for board action. We did not receive any public comments on this policy either, and I believe the superintendent has a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Arlato?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I recommend board approval of policy IFC, subject to final correction for style and format.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second, any comment?
Second.
Seeing no movement from the board, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Mr. Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Live,
Aye.
Ms. Hummer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon,
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ortiz, for your ongoing work to support the board with its policies. Greatly appreciated. Next items, I believe, are item 6, are other action items. Ms. Schulheim?
Yes, I move that we bundle items 6.05 to 6.09.
Second.
Comment. Motion second.
I have a
Yes.
comment, please.
Yes, Mr. Lett.
I was just concerned, I happened to see as we came back in that Patrick Crane was here for Chesapeake Science Point. And knowing that group, I'm sure there are quite a few others that are out there waiting to see about that. And I would want to be sure we give some time to on that item so they have an opportunity.
Absolutely. The bundle is typically associated with the vote, and we open up all opportunities for those items for staff to share additional information to provide, and we will go down and list form for them like we do otherwise. Thank you. Okay. Any other comments on the motion to bundle? Seeing none, do we have consensus to bundle? Any dissent? We will go to vote. Seeing no dissent, the board is in consensus to bundle its vote on items 6.05 through 6.09. So without further ado, Dr. Arlotto, I'll ask that you provide information and we'll see if we have questions on those items. Sure.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. We certainly can go through these beginning one by one if there are questions. The first, obviously, is 6.05 Brockbridge Elementary School Kindergarten Addition Schematic Design. If there are any questions, we'll have
Does look like we have one. Yes, does look like we have a hand raised for that item. Ms. Hummer.
Yes, as I've stated before, I'm thrilled to see that Brockbridge is getting the kindergarten addition. It's one of the last buildings. I want to point out for the public, as we sometimes hear people being upset if they're going to have a portable added to their building. Portables today are very, very nice compared to some of our older ones that are 10, 15, 20 years old. They often have bathrooms and they're more like a wing. Brockbridge is one of many of our schools that has multiple portables that have been there for a decade and longer. Brockbridge has 6 portables, and I know that 3 of them were there when my students began 15 years ago. So it is wonderful when we are able to approve areas, renovations like this, that will remove those portables and allow the students to have a better and healthier space. And so I know that Brockbridge is just one example of ones, but we are slowly making our way through to do the additions and get rid of the substandard portables that are dated and their time has come. So anyway, I'm thrilled to see that and see that we have another building that will no longer need that many portables in the driveway, we hope. So thank you.
Thank you. Miss Antwine, I couldn't tell if your hand may have been up on this. Did you have any questions or comments?
No, President Corkdale, I didn't. Thank you for offering.
Yeah, there's something that changed just on the little people thing. I thought it may have been a inadvertent, some kind of different messaging thing. Okay, moving along and seeing no further questions on that item, Dr. Arlotto, please proceed.
Thank you very much. 6.06 is the fiscal year 2021 comprehensive maintenance plan. It is before you in your packet. You can see how extensive it is in referencing the schools and the costs and what is being suggested that we're able to do. But we're certainly welcome to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arlotto. It does look like we do have two questions from members, Ms. Schalheim and Ms. Antwine. Ms. Schalheim?
Mine is just a comment to say thank you for putting this together as you always do. I know that this is, but it's a heavy lift keeping track of all of the things that need doing, and I just wanted to say thank you to staff and I support this.
Thank you very much. Ms. Antwine?
I'm commenting as well. I appreciated the plan as it was put forth and the work that goes behind it, but I specifically appreciated that you all engaged the students that are focused in these areas to give them opportunities to learn more for more hands-on opportunities. I really appreciated seeing that. I also appreciated reading in there that there are COVID considerations and basically whatever you guys find, when you find the need, that you'll address them. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Antwine. Seeing no further comment requests, Dr. Arlotto. Yeah, I believe you're muted still. One of those days. I know, it's one of those days.
My apologies. 6.07 on today's agenda is the Chesapeake Science Point Public Charter School contract renewal. We do not have a staff presentation. You heard from the staff when we last presented on this subject, but we certainly have Mr. Crane, or there may be, and I can't see everybody that's there, there might be Dr. Ross or members of the Children's Guild team that might want to address the board at this time.
But we've got Dwight Jefferson, principal at Chesapeake Science Point, with us on here as well in case there are any questions. And I don't have a formal presentation today. This is, as you know, the board approved a 5-year charter renewal back in February. This is the legally binding agreement that memorializes that approval. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have, and we've got Mr. Jefferson as well. So ask away if you have any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Crane.
You're welcome.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Crane, and to your staff. It looks like we have more than a couple questions and comments requested, so we're going to do this in roll call order out of efficiency. But you guys are doing outstanding and have proven to be such good partners in our education, mutual education interests and outcomes. We want the best for our students, and you guys certainly do help us in providing for that. And I know you guys have been working just as hard above and beyond as our staff has been during this COVID condition. So we continue to extend health wishes to you and yours, and appreciation. So with that stated, we're going to get started. Mr. Gillen, did you have any comments or questions?
No questions or comments for me. Thank you.
Mr. Live.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon. Patrick, I would just like to, as one who has been involved off and on from the very beginnings of Chesapeake Science Point Charter School, earlier in this century, put it that way, I'd like to extend my personal and professional congratulations to Anne Arundel County Public Schools and the staff that has worked diligently with Chesapeake Science Point Charter School to make your efforts such a success for the students of our county. There's been a lot of bumps, a lot of hills to climb, and you all together have done a great job showing what true partnership can be. And I ask Patrick that you please extend my personal best wishes and thank you for his unwavering support to Spear Lancaster, who I know meant a lot in the beginnings of this. I'm sure is still involved, but I'm very pleased to see this coming to fruition. without any questions and just fanfare. It's really a tribute to what we can do when we work together. So thank you. I'm really pleased to see this come to fruition.
And I did, if I could just for a minute, I want to introduce Dwight Jefferson, principal at Chesapeake Science Point. He's his initials are showing up. He's not showing his face, but I think you may have heard his voice a couple times. I just wanted to recognize him and point out what a great job he's done as the principal of leading Chesapeake Science Point. So you do have the principal of the school on as well. If you have any questions to be directed to him, he's here to answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ladd. Next is Ms. Hummer.
Yes, I echo what Mr. Leib said. Principal Jefferson, I can't see you, but hi, it's good to see you again. I've heard from some of your students that say that their year is starting off great. I am a big supporter of all the school choice options within our system, which include our charter schools that serve students from all over the entire county, and our contract schools and our magnets. And they just really give us so many more opportunities. And as our first charter school, Chesapeake Science Point has set the bar high as they've become more and more successful throughout their time here with us. So I'm happy to be part of renewing the contract and keeping everything moving forward with Chesapeake. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not for sure why my camera is not showing. It's telling me that it's on. So
I'm seeing a purple background. I'm wondering if the camera may just be positioned somehow, Dwight. But I always would prefer to see your smiling face and leadership, of course.
Thank you. I'm here. I don't know what's going on with it. So
that's fine. We know you're here. Gotta, you know, the environments that we have to place ourselves in, always flexibility and grace, most certainly. Next is Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith?
Yes, Mr. Jefferson, Mr. Crane, it's nice to meet you both. I just want to say that over the years, I've heard nothing but great things from Chesapeake Science Point. A number of students I've gone to middle elementary school with went to Chesapeake Science Point, and you know, they love it. You know, they love it. Math and science, not my forte, but it's theirs, and I know that you're providing world-class quality education. And just keep the great work, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen in these next 5 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just have to echo, I've had a couple of occasions to visit Chesapeake Science Point. I'm so impressed. A big hello to Mr. Jefferson. I'm actually very disappointed not to see your face today. I'm a huge fan. I really, your banner with the students and knowing each and every one of them personally as we walk through the halls, I think is a big part of the success of Chesapeake High School. So thank you all for all you're doing for our students.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grannon? Wondering, go in here. Okay. It looks like his, maybe IT could take a look at his status, because it looks like he has an on hold, and I've never seen that before.
Yes, I'm back now. I'm the only one in the building currently. So again, I do apologize.
Oh, no, Mr. No, I was referring to Mr. Grannon, who was the next board member. For some reason, it says on hold, and normally that's a function of management of our people. So I'm going to come back to Mr. Grannon as opportunity permits. And Ms. Schalheim?
I first want to admit that I don't have as much experience with Chesapeake Science Point, but your reputation, get words out anymore. your reputation precedes you, and I know that it's a jewel in the crown of AACPS. It was a pleasure to read this document. I'm thrilled that the Chesapeake Science Point is part of the wonderful offerings of AACPS. I actually had one question about something I saw in the document, and I think I know the answer, but I just wanted to ask. So if you don't mind, it was towards the back of the document and in the budget pages, and there was a column with a title. I think it said FY21 Adult Education. And so I just wanted to confirm, I spoke with Dr. Arlotto, but I just wanted to confirm that that is having to do with either PD or your interaction with Anne Arundel Community College. Is that accurate?
It's actually both, but I'll let Mr. Crane also join comment about that.
Great.
Go ahead, Mr. Jefferson. That's fine.
All right, thank you. So it's both. It's for the professional development, because here at Chesapeake Science Point, much like the comprehensive schools in Anne Arundel County, we encourage our teachers to seek outside professional development, and we do pay a portion of that cost, registration fees for them, and in some instances, travel fees. And then whomever that staff member is that attends that professional development, they're required to come back and then turnkey the staff as to what it is that they've learned. And then we have a partnership with AACC, much like our sister schools in the county, where the college professors come here and instruct our students.
Fantastic. Thank you for just providing that clarification. I really appreciate it. Very happy to support this agenda item and continue to support you all in your successes educating our students.
Thank you. You're more than welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. Before I return to the members, Dr. Arlotto, you had your hand up.
Oh, thank you. I was glad to go last. I just simply wanted to first apologize. I realize now in my introductory remarks, I mentioned the Children's Guild as the chartering agency, and that is incorrect. It is the Chesapeake Lighthouse Foundation. And so I got way ahead of myself, and so I apologize. And then secondly, I do want to sing the praises of Mr. Jefferson. Chesapeake Science Point has been a strong addition to Anne Arundel County Public Schools. It is one of our schools. They are our children. They are our staff. We're delighted they are part of our family. But I can tell you that over the last couple of years under Mr. Jefferson's leadership, the school has just taken off. And so I just want to thank him publicly for all his continued work and support of the students and staff at Chesapeake Science Point. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto, and thank you for allowing me to be a part of the family.
Great. Okay, moving along, Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Corkadell. I would like to extend my gratitude as well to Mr. Crane and Mr. Jefferson. You all still, even in the midst of this pandemic, Chesapeake Science Point made extremely successful strides in ensuring that the students were still operating at the standard of excellence that has been long established there. So thank you very much for that. Mr. Jefferson, specifically, I know that you have engaged very diligently in making your school one that is a family-like atmosphere where the trust is enhanced there between the teachers, the students, and the administrators there. So thank you for that, especially in COVID. Those students needed you and you were right there. So thank you so much for that. I am glad to support this and put the seal and stamp of approval on this agreement. Thank you. And a special thanks also to the Lighthouse Foundation.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine.
Thank you very much. Mr. Grannon, I don't know if we have you back or not, if you had any comment. I think we made progress. Okay. We'll hopefully be able to get back to that. Dr. Arlotto, I'll just thank you guys once again for coming. I don't believe there's any further questions of the board at this time. Ms. Schalheim, did you have one more question? I see your hand still up.
No, my bad. I just didn't lower my hand.
Okay. No worries. No worries at all. No worries. Okay, no more questions. Thank you guys once again. Thank you, Mr. Jefferson, Mr. Crane, for all your hard work once again. Please extend our gratitude back over to the staff and to the students.
I'll most definitely do that. Thank you all.
Yep.
Bye.
Okay, great. Dr. Arlotto?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Moving on with agenda item 6.08, the first quarter operating budget supplemental and fund transfer for FY 2021. And we do have a brief presentation. I believe Mr. Sheknovich and Mr. Stansky.
Good afternoon, Dr. Arlotto and members of the board. It's Alex Sheknovich, Chief Operating Officer, and I am joined by Mr. Matthew Stansky, Director of Financial Operations. The board is accustomed to Anne Arundel County Public Schools bringing forth a second and fourth quarter transfer, as we do each and every year, and we anticipate doing that this year as well. We simply wanted to bring to your attention that this is an atypical request in that we have received from the federal government and state government inclusive through a number of mechanisms, approximately $29.2 million of CARES originated funding related to the COVID pandemic. And it is for that reason that we are putting forward a first quarter transfer in order to receive appropriation authority and expensing authority from the Board of Education. Naturally, after this, we will work with the county executive and the county council to have the requisite legislation introduced. And with that, we will turn it back over to you, Madam President and Mr. Superintendent.
Okay. It looks like we do have a couple questions. So I'm only seeing two here, so we'll just, instead of taking a full roll call, I'll defer over to those two who have their hands up, Ms. Hummer and Ms. Schalheim. Ms. Hummer? Oh,
Yes.
looks, and then Ms. Antwine. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Sheknovich, that money that's come from various sources, is a portion of that the CARES funding that will be allocated to private schools that we will have to allocate out?
Yes, ma'am. Again, Alex Sheknovich, Chief Operating Officer. So embedded within that is the amount of funds that also get distributed to the private and nonprofit schools, as well as monies that get distributed to the charter and contract schools. So Anne Arundel County Public Schools proper is not the beneficiary of the entire amount. So a portion of the various line items will get distributed in accordance with the applicable grant provisions.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that the public was aware of that some of that money does not come directly to us, or it comes directly to us, but we have to disperse it out to other entities.
Yes, that's correct. We are the pass-through or transfer agent for those funds.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Ms. Schalheim, and then Ms. Antwine. Ms. Schalheim?
Thank you. Of course, it's great to see this money that is needed for a variety of expenses we would not have incurred had we not had a global pandemic. The one thing I do want to say, to sort of piggyback on what Ms. Hummer was saying, is that it remains disappointing to me that we have to act as the manager of that money for other institutions' benefit, the private and the private schools and whatnot, not our own schools within AACPS, but outside of that, because there is a staff cost to that to manage that. At least I think that there is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Sheknovich. And it's just a shame that it has to be that way. You know, when we're adding on so much stress in this during this time, having to at the flip of a switch, go to an all virtual environment. Our staff are working countless hours, probably practically sleeping in central office at this point. It's just annoying to me that this is a component of receiving this money that we need, to having to use staff time to then manage it for other entities. We all need it. I just wish there was a different mechanism. So I'm grateful for it. I just wanted to state that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Scholheim. Ms. Antwine?
Actually, Ms. Hummer was on the same lines of what I was going to ask about the CARES funding and how it's distributed. But when the distribution is made, could we get an update sent to us as the board as to what funds were distributed and even to whom, so that we will understand what portion of it is left for us, basically? Mr. Sheknovich.
Yes, ma'am. We'll be glad to do that under a separate cover.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hummer, did you have a follow-up question?
No, I just didn't take my hand down.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, Mr. Sheknovich, next item.
Yes, ma'am. Again, Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer, and I'm joined by Ms. Lisa Seaman Crawford, Director of Facilities. Here representing item 6.09. It is an action item regarding the capital budget. The Board of Education had previously had a workshop specific to the content of the capital budget, and a public hearing was held earlier today at this meeting. There's no further staff presentation at this time. We seek your concurrence and approval via vote to be able to transmit this document to the state of Maryland as is required for our capital improvement to be considered for state funding. And with that, we conclude our remarks, ma'am.
Great. Looks like we have two board members with questions, Ms. Scholheim and then Ms. Antwine. Ms. Scholheim?
I just wanted to express my gratitude. It's a pleasure to support this. I'm not speaking on behalf of the board. For me to support this item, and I just thank you for all the work that you and your team do.
Thank you. Ms. Antwine?
Thank you, President Corkdale. Thank you, Mr. Sheknovich. I had a question about the question I addressed earlier. This is our next, our plan for the next 6 years. And today there was mention of a possible middle school. I wanted to better understand if it's not in the works over the next 6 years, the request to the state for capital budget and management. When would we, are we currently working on plans for that middle school in the Van Bachlen area, or are those just ideas that are being tossed around at this time?
Yes, ma'am. Again, Alex Shakno, Chief Operating Officer. That property was purchased and acquired for the Board of Education in 1972. When a property was acquired, it was purchased in order to be able to support a multi-school site. We have a number of those here in the county. I'll just mention a few briefly. For example, the Old Mill Complex, the Central Complex, the Chesapeake Complex. So we have a number of properties across the county that have the capacity to support more than one building. And when this property came into our possession back in 1972, that was it. So at the present time, there is no plans on board for the middle school. There's a number of demographic criteria that are required to support a school, but both the MacArthur and Meade High Schools, Meade Middle School and MacArthur Middle School are currently both under capacity. There is growth and development in the region. We continue to monitor that. We continue to monitor the general development plan that's currently in force, as well as the one that is currently in draft form at the county government. And if and when we reach those crossroads, Ms. Antwine, where we can now make the business case. We meet all of the objective criteria for being eligible for a middle school construction. It is at that time that we will put forward the project. But based on all of the information we have from the county government and from the development community and other informational resources that we rely on, that middle school will not meet any of the eligibility criteria within the next 6 years at a minimum, if not longer. And that's why you do not see it in this document before you today.
Thank you. That helps tremendously. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Ms. Antwine. Any other follow-up questions on CIP and capital? Seeing none, at this time, I'll ask Ms. Howell to please call roll on the action to adopt item 6.05 through 6.09 as recommended by the superintendent, bundled as previously motioned and adopted.
I apologize, Ms. Corkadell. Was there a motion and a second? I know there was a motion
Yes, there.
and a second for the.
Yeah, yeah, I do believe. Well,
so moved?
no, actually not.
Second.
So let's.
I'll second.
Yeah. Let's just make sure.
I have it. Thank you, Ms. Schallheim and Mr. Live. Thank you so much. Mr.
Okay.
Gilliland,
Aye.
Mr. Live,
Aye.
Ms. Hummer,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Mr. Grannon,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
and Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Next is item 7.01, award of contracts. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. You've got contracts before you at 7.01, and we're glad to take any questions should the board have them.
Okay. Seeing no questions or movement of the board, I do believe we're in pretty good shape there. Thank you guys so very much. I know the board members have had a chance to review it and looks like everything is in order. Great job. Just a couple announcements before we close out. That our next board meeting, as we had brought up in item 6.10, is going to be held on Wednesday, October the 7th in 2020, with the edits compared, we have it published, I know, on the agenda that was out there, and so that's going to be edited and modified. That meeting, public meeting, will be starting at 6 p.m. on October the 7th. The policy committee will be meeting on Wednesday, October the 21st at 2:30 p.m. And the budget committee will be meeting on Wednesday, October the 21st at 4:45. Given that the board has just changed its calendar, these dates and times may be subject to change. And so I appreciate everyone's time and consideration. And with that being said, I'm willing to entertain a motion to close.
So moved.
Second.
Consensus. Any dissent? Seeing no dissent, Board of Education's meeting is officially closed. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.